day, no question. And we have a little team out here today on the tee. We're playing alt shot. Love seeing that. All right, have a good round.
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, sure, if you don't mind.
Well done. Alrighty, he's good to go on this one. Let's see how he
He's
does.
got his ICS with Preacher, I think.
And here we go. This is his second shot. She's about 140 yards out from here. And they've chosen the pitching wedge. Let's see if we can convert this birdie putt your teammate left us with. It looks like this one's breaking to the left. Ooh, wish I could have given you that one. And this putt right here will put him at 1 up. Okay, first hole didn't work out for us. Let's try again on the second. And the second hole, we have a par 4. Let's go. Oh, I think this one's going to chase out a bit further. And let's see how this tee shot fares for him. And this one off the downslope. This is going to get some extra yards. And second shot here on the second hole.
Oh,
Okay, this one's about 105 yards out.
Why? That's strange.
Okay, he's got a very long putt here. Let's see how he does. I think it's breaking to the left.
I know I was able to do pass when I was
On the right
retired. That's
track.
strange.
Nothing wrong with that putt. She's looking at a 17-foot putt. Yikes, that went right by. All right, let's give this one a tap in and move to the next. Well, that one wasn't exactly hard. Okay, that hole's going to be halved. Third hole on this one, par 3. Going with the 9-iron. This one's heading a little bit too much to the right. Okay, let's see what you do here. Approach shot worked out just fine. Okay, we found her in the greenside rough here. And this fella has a long putt in his future. Let's see what he does. I think this putt looks like it's going left to right. Looks like he's put it on a good line. He's still on track. Oh, and the putt misses. He did well to get it there, though. All right, if he wants to save par, he's got to drop this on in there. All right, let's tap her on in and continue on our way. Your opponent's going to give you that one. Just a short putt anyways. So, yeah, head to the next hole. See what we can do there. And that hole will be halved. Okay, stepping onto this tee of the 4th hole, and we have a par 4. Ooh, off the downslope. Watch this one run. All right, let's see how he does on this hole. second shot on the fourth. All right, this is his second. He's dealing with a greenside rough situation. He almost drops it in there with the chip. Here we go, greenside rough. We got this. Oh, please get in there. Oh, yeah, there's a way to save your par in there with the chip. She's got 12 feet. I think this one's breaking to the left. And the putt will go, and that is her birdie. All right, lovely little par 3 here for the fifth. And they're choosing the 6-iron here. And let's see what you do off the tee here. Missed the green on that one. All right, she's coming out of this greenside rough. Let's see what happens. He's in the greenside rough. short 3-foot putt. Head to the next. And that hole's halved. And here we go. Par 5, 6 holes ahead of us. Ooh, look at this, catching the downslope. This could run out. And he's ready to go. Let's see how this hole goes for him. We've got about 235 from here. And that green slopes away from you, so this approach could go a little long if you're not careful.
If you want, I can give you guys some context to the other side as well. So, yeah, so Elliker didn't tell Hastings to go and do that. Elliker believes there was a misunderstanding. They were having a conversation because they've been working together on the tank stuff, right? So I think Elliker, the way Elliker said is that he was explaining to him what he needs to do to be able to get there, because he told Elliker, like, hey, I'm going to apply as a for the first sergeant position, and Elliker told him, like, hey, like, you need to do these things first to be able to do that, and Hastings took it as a, oh, hey, I should just go sign up for this course. So I don't think it was like an Elliker being like, yeah, man, like go, like, here's the link, go sign up for it. I don't think that was quite the situation. These are the things that you need to look into. And then I think Hastings found the post and just said, ah, fuck it, I'm going to sign up. But so that is my understanding from Elliker. But Elliker, I'm also on the company level on the officer side. Elliker's also catching a DCS. I already talked to him and just like, because the problem is that, like, if the conversations are happening in Discord in a voice chat and people are talking in a conversation just about like technicalities of how things work, that's not like going outside of your chain of command. That's just having a conversation, right? The problem here is the optics of it being posted publicly on the forums and him saying that Elliker did that. So it is just a blatant open statement that, hey, I violated chain of command. Like, just for everybody to see. It just looks really bad when it comes to SOP because it's just so far outside the chain of command, because it's a private out of your squad saying that a second platoon PL told him to do this to the entire CAF. And it's like, what the fuck, yo? Like, we just got to understand. I think we just need to reinforce the chain of command and be like, dude, like, if you want to do these things, like, come talk to me, like, and and also just like, it's a teaching moment, right? Like, read the post, make sure you meet the minimum requirements, and if you don't meet the minimum requirements, go talk to you to find out what the information for those minimums is. It's not like a, hey, end of the world, everybody's in fucking shit. It's just a good chance for everybody to sit down and be like, hey, here's the procedures, and we got to remember that we need to read these posts and make sure that we're doing what they say, because all it does is just cause more work for everybody in the end, right? And now we all have to have this conversation like, oh my god, we're all outside of the chain of fucking command. Whoa. Um,
And let's see how this hole goes down for him.
yeah, I think this is where you guys are blurring the lines. This DCS is not about the first sergeant position. It's fine that he applied for it, and Raptor sends them the information. Hey, you have it. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
And this one is around 80 yards from the pin.
Yeah, but yeah, and that was okay. It was okay. We asked him to apply for this. This isn't about that. This is about the post on the sack post. It's two completely separate things.
This one's your third.
It has nothing to do with the PSG. It's the sack post, Lee. It has nothing to do with the company announcement.
Well, let's see how he does here from the green side bunker.
Yeah, it's the problem is, Lee, is the comment that he posted on the sack post saying that a second lieutenant from a different platoon told him to apply for this SAT course when I honestly don't think that's what happened. I think Elliker was telling him, just like what Raptor said, hey, yeah, if you're interested in applying for the first sergeant position, that's cool. Don't forget, you're going to need to be a specialist and you're going to need to take NCOA 1 and 2 in SAC, is probably the line that Elliker delivered. That's what we would all say. If somebody said, hey, I'm interested in becoming a squad leader, how do I do that? Well, you need to take NCOA 1, 2 in SAC. And I think Hastings just went to the website and immediately signed up for SAC, didn't read any of the prerequisites or anything. He just went to the post and did it. But the problem is that on that public facing forum post, he said that this breach of command happened. So now I have to be like, why did this breach of command happen? Like chain of command, right?
And we are
So
at
it has nothing to do with that post. But I can also appreciate from your side where the confusion is coming from about how our post and this blurs the lines between the two. And we can do better in that and maybe say we don't open it up to everybody. We say, everybody who meets the minimums and is at, or maybe doesn't meet the requirements, but is at least the minimum of a specialist, right? Maybe that's something we can add the next time we do a PSG post to make sure we don't have so much confusion there. But I just want to try and stress that this has nothing to do with the PSG part. That's fine. I'm super happy to see Hastings is that interested in this group that he's like, I want to be a first sergeant. It's not going to happen. You're private, but I appreciate the enthusiasm there. But that's not what this is about. This is about that post on that SAC forum for everybody to see. That's the problem.
looking good off the tee. He's going to chase out a bit further down the fairway. Watch it go. All right, let's see what he does on this one.
Mm-hmm. And again, if he gets worried about the DCS, like we're not trying to blow this out of point of proportion. It's not like the end of the world. We're not going to try and we're not trying to push him off site or anything for the post that he made. It's just a reminder of like, hey, we have standards and operating procedures, and we want to follow those. And also, it's just a teaching lesson. Just make sure you read the post first. Read it from top to bottom. Do you know how to expand the post and open it up so you can see all the details, or did you only see like the header when it's all closed up because you have to click like see more on this event, right? Maybe Hastings doesn't know that. He didn't even see that information. So it's just a great learning opportunity to teach Hastings something as well to help deepen his understanding as he progresses forward.
Okay, on the green safely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This one's about 120 yards.
And again, but just please as well, just like highlight how like posting that on the forums does look bad as a COC breach, like, and that is what the infraction was, and that's what it's for, is a breach of chain of command. I mean, again, it's not really the problem that he signed up for SAC. It's literally what he said in that post, saying that like he's just blatantly admitting to a COC breach in that comment. That is the infraction here.
And if he sinks this, it'll be for birdie. This one seems to be tilting.
Right. It's like I said, if we were just having a conversation in Discord, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it's the fact that you literally just put it on the website, on the public forum, which is official, right? Like Discord is unofficial, so we can't actually necessarily really DCS you unless you're breaching Discord code of conduct. So if he would have just said that in Discord, it wouldn't be that big of a concern, and we'd probably just be talking about it with him. But it's the fact that he posted it in our official communications like that. He just posted an SOP breach on the official forums. That's what it is. But also, it's just a good chance for you to talk with him and just coach him along. Like, hey, man, like, just don't be so jumpy to things. Stop, think, read, talk to me. Let's have a conversation. Nothing changes in the Cav tomorrow. It just doesn't happen, right? Everything takes time in the Cav. It's my oldest saying. Nothing happens fast in the Cav. So just take a breath and take it day by day. Cool. I appreciate you. Yeah, like if nothing comes from this in the next 30 days or 60 days, whatever it says on the bottom, 90 days to hold a DCS, like if nothing happens and he doesn't post on the forums about breaking COC, it just vanishes, it just disappears, it doesn't matter, right? But it's just a conversation to steer everybody in the right direction. It's 90 days for DCS holding now. I think it stays on file for 90 days is what they say, but I don't like, and everything's case by case basis, right? Like even if you get a second DCS or something, it doesn't necessarily mean an immediate LOR. It's all circumstance based. Is it like an actual breach of like a general order? Then yeah, of course it's probably going to end up um, as an LOR if it's a double breach of general orders. Now, if it's like a minor SOP breach, no, it might just be continued another DCS to just help coach along the way, right? Like maybe he got better, but not quite there yet. So we just need one more conversation to get him there. Yeah, and like that's something like I really hope that we can keep his enthusiasm because he's a guy that I would really love to see come in to like S7 as a tank instructor and run the tank courses if he's got that much enthusiasm and wants to do something, right? Like I have avenues to send him down. I just need him to get some time under his belt. And I've already had that conversation with him on the side as well when we talked about comp, right? Like, cause he kind of asked me like, hey, like, how do I get there? And it was just well, you gotta like he applied for RTC when I posted RTC is what it was. So I sent him pretty much the same message that Raptor sent him back in the forum response that, hey, like, I really appreciate your enthusiasm at this time as a private. I don't think you have enough time under your belt to be worried about secondary builds. I would like you to focus on being a trooper and getting integrated with your squad and learning how the Cav runs. And, once you get around the late PFC early specialist phase, we can definitely talk about you in secondary builds. Right? It's just that simple. But I'm not going to have a guy showing guys the Cav ropes when he's been in for 13 days. That just doesn't seem appropriate to me running my department. It's not the person I'm looking for to do that. No, he came from another clan. Like he's only been in the Cav for 23 days. Negative. I don't think Hastings has ever been part of the Cav before. He's like brand new. And that's why companies kind of saying, like, in this conversation, like, we're not telling them like curb your enthusiasm and shut the fuck up, right? That's not the message I'm trying to send. But it's just like, hey man, you got to dial it back and just get some time under your belt and understand the organization a little bit more and how the SOPs run. You got to do the steps. You can't just get there. Yeah, everything decided to just like all happen at once in like the last like fucking 2 days. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I have had the conversation with Elliker, and Elliker has been DCS as well. And yeah, no, and yeah, and don't get me wrong either. Like, I appreciate you setting up for your guys and making sure the other side's taken care of. And like I said, I had the conversation with Elliker. Me, Elliker, Connor, Kane. We'll sit down, and it's like I even told Elliker, and I'll tell you guys all this as well. A little bit of growing pains. Even the company reorg with like King 1, King 2, Rook 1, Rook 2, right? And the joint SPs. All this has kind of blurred the lines. I think a little more than I wanted it to or expected it to. So I think this is also a nature of that. So I'm not blind, to my own doings in the situation, and I'm not saying everybody's at a fault here or anybody is at a fault, right? It's just, hey guys, we're starting to lean outside of the SOPs and the chain of command. So we all need to just have a retrospective look at it and be like, what can we do to get back on track as a team? That's all it is. And I think the problem is that we're in this really weird limbo phase where second platoon is a little bit weak, and now we had now both our PSGs and our first sergeant retired, so now people had normal contacts is probably another thing that they were talking to, and they've lost some of their normal contacts, so we've got a little more of that going around, and people are just kind of going to somebody else they know, and things are getting shuffled pretty hard. We lost 3 of our senior NCOs in a day, pretty much, right? Like, they all basically got posted at the exact same time. So yeah, the company's kind of reeling from that as well, and things are going to get a little murky. But we just got to shake it off, get through it, and come back as a team, and we'll be fine. The Cav always is, because we can always go back to what we have that brings us all together, and that's this organization and what it means. So um, it's just a tough spot right now. I mean, fuck, you've been here long enough. You've seen it once or twice already. Yeah. hmm Comp has nothing to do with it. Comp is unofficial. We can't really set standards on comp. Yeah, just like yeah, and something we can do too is like encourage him. Like the stuff he's doing with DMT is great. It's awesome. Be like, hey man, focus on that for a month or two, and by the time you get through that season of DMT, you're gonna be a specialist, and then you can join S7 as a tank instructor and probably get on as an ASL because we're probably gonna have an opening somewhere. There's gonna be tons of room, right? Like especially like if night one splits, and I think we're also getting pretty close to Bishop 2 splitting. So, um, well, yeah, that'll be something that we'll be tasking the platoon staff with as soon as we get the PSG sorted out. So we're just going top down, getting everything back set up nice. Everybody, take a breath. Let's give it a week or two and get the guys settled into their roles. We'll get Raptors sorted out. We'll get the PSG sorted out, and as soon as the PSGs are sorted out, we'll look at the squads and we'll talk to all the guys. We'll put the postings up that hey, we're planning on splitting the squad. Who wants to sign up as a squad leader? Bring everybody in, talk about how they want to do the split, all that kind of good jazz. So all that's coming, but we just need to get the top sorted up first because things got a little fucked up here. I'm not gonna lie. Cool. And like I said, if we need to get deeper into it, like if he starts throwing a fit that he's like, no, like Elliker did tell me to do this, then we'll have a deeper conversation about it. But like it doesn't need to get out of hand. Everybody just have your conversation, and we'll just carry on as a team. That's all we got to do. Hmm. Yeah, like it's just yeah, yeah, yeah. Just let Connor know in the meantime. Like if this progresses before the PSG happens, just let Connor know. That's the first point of contact. What is going on over there? Sure. For a Jew cooker. I also have a band report if you want to do a second one. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna forget to do it. Raptor, you want to know in the history of Hell Let Loose console in the Cav how many people have come back and appealed for a ban removal? 0. Not a single person has ever appealed their ban in 4 years for Hell Let Loose console. You want to know what else has happened in 4 years of Hell Let Loose console? Anybody ever coming after me for not doing a ban report? Don't get me wrong. If they're like super heinous, I fucking do them immediately. But I'm certain there's a handful where I've been like drunk and somebody was doing something and people were pissing me off complaining about it. So there was evidence. And the best part is I have evidence of every single one on my PlayStation. I have clips of them. So like if you ask me, I could go back and find the violation and be like, here it is. But it might take me like 45 minutes to sift through my videos. But yeah, I probably have like 3 bands a year that I haven't done. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. Things are fucking hectic. I'm gonna be completely honest. When we get things leveled out, I'm probably gonna take an LOA. It's been since coming back from January. It's been a fucking lot. Very fast. How many times are you gonna move that fucking espresso machine? Are we gonna win this game because this guy's gonna time out or what? I think I want to get really fucking high. Yeah, I don't know. Those scenarios are always weird like that.
Okay, we've found your friend here in the deep rough. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard for guys to differentiate between like what is and is not the problem, but and like all of this really isn't that big of a deal. It's really isn't that big of a deal. But at the same time, I want my fucking guys to be going the right path.
Let's get a little kick left here. Yeah, that's gonna work for you. I'm liking.
And that's just it.
All right, let's see what happens. This is his third shot.
Yeah, the only part that pisses me off is just like I said, what the actual problem was, and it's just the words that are posted officially. That's the problem. We got to understand that when we're doing stuff on the forums, it's got to be correct. And it doesn't have anything to do with anybody getting in trouble. It's just so when you do things on the forums, they're done correctly. It's just a learning experience. That's all it is. And also, don't say flat out on the forums that you're breaking the rules. Like, fuck. I know the rules of the cav are a little convoluted because it's a fucking milsim, but you still gotta follow the fucking rules. Well, and that's just it, right? I mean, just look at the way we did the platoon sergeant positions, right? You know, we sat down, we talked about it, we sorted everything out, we sent a PM, and then we did like a draft, and then when it was good, it was okay. Now we send it, and that's how it should be with anything. When you don't know what you're doing on the forums as a junior enlisted member, right? Like, hey, we're talking about this, and now that I'm doing it, I should be doing it with somebody because I've never done it before. I shouldn't just be taking a stab in the dark and breaching SOPs. And that's just the main distinction. You just got to understand, like, Discord's a great place to talk about things, but as soon as you put it on the forums, you've made it official. You have put that into the CAV forever. You can't get rid of it. And Discord technically isn't official. It's not official communications as far as it goes. It just has a code of conduct. You just have a certain way you have to act on Discord. So nothing is true in the CAV until it's posted on the forums or the wiki. I gotta pause my stream for this. Do 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 do.
Okay, your partner has left us with a birdie putt. Let's get this one in. As you line this putt up, tilting a little bit to the right.
Run away! I heard that you were struggling. Are you okay? Oh, no, after I missed.
And now this putt from 6 feet.
Fuck, eh?
And this is his look at a par putt. And that hole will be halved. Thirteenth hole coming up. And we're going right of the pin. What's unlucky? Missed the green on that approach. Okay, he appears to be ready to roll on this one. Let's see how this tee shot goes. And here's a look at their hybrid.
Yeah, well, he was retired with his name's changed, so there was that, and we. Yeah, no, and don't get me wrong, he changed it bad. I think what Raptor was just trying to say is just like it just seems shitty that he's like, I don't want to be part of the Cavs so that I can basically break Cav rules. It's like, really? I guess that's a fair way to look at it. And that's a very fair way to look at it, ain't it? True that.
And this is a very long
Fair
shot.
point.
Two ways about it. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, true that. Why do you need another headache, right?
Ooh,
So what do we have to do there? Do we need to include anybody up the chain of command?
par.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a weird one. I've also just never had a guy ask that before. It's just a weird fucking thing to say. Like 4 days after you're retired. Yeah, you know what? I don't want to get in trouble with Cav rules, so fuck you guys. See you later. Okay. Yeah, you've seen fucking everything though.
And here we go. Par 4, 14th hole.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we had an Exodus before, and I mean, I still talk to Samba every now and then. He's like, don't get me wrong, man. I love the Gav. He's like, but I also love just fucking playing the game and having no responsibilities. Samba, he was squad leader out of Charlie's second platoon in year one. He was with like Padlock and all those guys. Remember the Europeans that were running their own squad or their own platoon for a little bit, and then they just decided all the EU guys at the same time they just like got together, organized, and like we're not doing cav work anymore. And it's like, well, if you don't do the work, then like you're not gonna be able to stay in the cav. They're like, yeah, we're not gonna do SP plans. We're just gonna go into the game and play. And it's like, no, you can't do that.
And this will be his second shot.
Yeah, That's Connor. He's good. Yeah. Yeah, me and Raptor were just actually talking about how we needed to do an audit of that. And we also I'm going to do an audit on the S6 side and get them all out of the servers, like for Archon access and all that stuff.
This one's going right.
That'll all be done tomorrow night.
This one's about 100 yards.
I'm going to sit down and take care of it. Yeah, I sent that to him, Preacher. We're not entertaining that, no. Raptor already responded with the perfect response, I think. I think that's what Raptor said. He's like, Preacher basically told me the same thing. Hooray! Attaboy, that's how you run the forums. Kid fucking learns quick, hey, Preacher? That's how the forums run. You just literally find something that works and you just do minor edits to clean it up. That's what he did for the first Sergeant postings.
All right, you got this left over for copy.
That's really what it is. It's all just copy paste in the end, as long as you know what you're doing. 90% of the time, I don't know if I do. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Raptor! Okay, we need to shut the fuck up about golf because you still need to get your ICS done. Me and you, the bull one. I left that in Connor's department, I believe.
Go with the 15th hole. We got a par 4 on this one.
Elliker K. Yeah. And just so you know, we're doing a couple of DCSs. I'm doing one for Elliker, Sergeant Lee out of Charlie, Delta Night 1 is doing a DCS for Hastings because of what Hastings posted in the SAC class fucking sign up. It's nothing major. It's just we just need to have one of those guidance conversations with him, like, hey man, we got to follow the chain of command, because he literally just blatantly posted in there that he just worked with a platoon leader out of a completely different platoon to make this decision. And it's like, that shouldn't have happened. So because he posted on there that he's like, so he posted, I private whatever want to sign up for this, and the guy's like, hey, you don't meet the minimum requirements. When you meet the requirements, feel free to sign back up. And he's like, oh, well, I only signed up because 2LT Elliker told me to do so. So we're at company level going, well, why did my platoon leader out of second platoon tell a private in first platoon to sign up for SAC class? What's going on here? So it's just kind of one of those moments like, who's not reading the forum posts about minimum requirements? Is Elliker actually working hand in hand with a private out of a completely different platoon, like skipping not only platoon staff but also his squad leader to work with this trooper? Like, what's going on here? It shouldn't happen that way. So we're just having a general conversation with all these guys to be like, hey, we got to make sure we respect chain of command, and also don't blatantly post that you're violating chain of command on the forums. That's just probably not a great look. So that's that situation. I talked to Elliker. I'll do a DCS for Elliker too, to just be like, and it's a tough time too, right? Like, Elliker doesn't have tankers, and he loves tanking, so he's working with the tankers. I get it, but at the same time, we just got to watch how we blur those lines. Yeah, no, and I mean, I already had a conversation with Hastings too, and this is why we're doing a DCS, so we have documentation that we've had this conversation, because me and him were just chatting a lot about comp stuff, because I really enjoy this DMT stuff he's helping us set up. He's doing fucking awesome there, and it's like, hey man, just put your enthusiasm into that for a couple months, because it's really working out. It's really popular. The guys are having fun. It's a great experience. Do that for 2 months, and you're going to be a specialist, and then you can start applying for all this stuff, right? Um, But so I had a conversation with him and told him, like, you know, like it was like 14 days in and he applied, like 14 days in the cab and he applied for RTC. And I told him the same thing, like, hey man, like you're not meeting the minimum requirements for a secondary billet. And also I don't need a drill instructor that's got 14 days in the cab. That's not the guy that I believe can deliver the correct briefing to somebody, right? But I love your enthusiasm and all that stuff, but I just want you to get some more time under your belt and know the cab a bit better before you start doing these things. And that's all it is. Yeah. Yeah, don't ruin your fucking experience with the cab by just taking on 1,000 things. What do you mean? Been there. Still there. Always there. Haven't been anywhere else. That is home. Buried to my tits and shit. Man, there's some days I get home from work and I sit down in front of my computer and I open up the fucking 7th Cavalry website and I have so many PMs and so many notifications that I would rather shit in my hands and clap than fucking deal with it that day. And some days it gets to that point. But I love it. Cab saved my life, so I'll do whatever it fucking takes. That's a lot of words. Fucking NCOs. No. Let me go get the popcorn. I mean, it's a weird situation. You're coming out as a squad leader into a first sergeant position, but that's the thing, though. Like you were the next one in line for whether it be an officer position or a senior NCO position, right? Like Reisenbeck hadn't retired, our PSGs did. You would have been a PSG. The best part is that you get to learn with whoever becomes the PSGs, and you guys get to work together, and that's going to make you guys really tight knit as a fucking 3-man NCO core. So that'll be really good. And I seen that Finn applied, which is super exciting because I didn't think he was going to. I know Finnegan's not. I know we talked about him, but he's not going to. Oh shit. I think it was 4 days ago that Elker said absolutely he's not, is what he told him. We got our shit kicked, didn't we? What? What? There's no fucking way. I don't even know what we did that game. And then yeah, Preacher, just to let you know too, when me and Raptor had our conversation, when I got him the report stuff and what the fuck. Oh, and we did the platoon sergeant sign up forms. I also just kind of told him too what to expect, like paperwork wise, as far as like me and Kane and the previous first sergeants, how we split up our duties. So like him doing transfers into the company and just basically helping out his NCOs, the two major things. But if you want to go over all the other details, I leave that to your NCO prerogative. Are you able to invite him to the handoffs PM, or do I need to do that? I'm the owner of that, aren't I? Aha, yes. We have one, but literally every single task has all three names. Because the way I run the company is that everybody in company staff. Well, I mean, we all like it's in priority. So it's like if I'm the name, I'm the primary one that does it. So Raptor's name goes first on it. But if Raptor's not available, me and Kane better know how to fucking do it if he goes on LOA or something, right? So everybody does everything together so that when somebody has to do something and somebody else isn't around, they can. Just like course of battle, right? Like if I go down in battle, Raptor better know everything to fucking do. That's my job. If he's on the field with me and he's the next one below me. Whoa. I mean, that's up to him. You started it. The floodgates.
Second shot for him on this one.
No, one of the, oh shit. Did you? Yeah, you left. But we won that game. One of their guys left. I did, yes. You can even just submit one for last week, Raptor, and it'll just populate. It'll be fine.
Welcome you to PGA Tour 2K25. I got good vibes about the day. I think we got good things ahead. Just doing the front nine today, I guess. Let's see if you can go low today.
shot.
She's setting up here around 135 yards to the pin. Taking this one with 9-iron. Okay, let's see if we can convert this birdie your teammate left us with. This putt is going uphill and breaking to the right. And he's got a 12-foot putt in front of him here. And I think this one's breaking to the left. And there he goes. That's going to drop for him. Let's see what we can do on the second hole. First hole is kind of a wash. We don't need to remember that. All right, let's go. We got a par 4 on the second hole.
This is
And let's see how he does on this hole.
so the thing that I've always told my NCO from a working partnership, whether it be company staff to company sergeant or platoon staff to platoon sergeant. The way I always say it is if it's a company or a platoon issue, you come to me first. If it's like internal and it's about BACD directly, about something, I wouldn't say necessarily that's going on, but then if it's an NCO issue, then seek out preacher in your NCO chain of command. Like if you're having to do an LOR on a squad leader, and you need advice on that, go up your NCO chain of command. Because I quite enjoy the way that preacher teaches you guys to be able to handle that. I think he does it the best out of anybody that I've ever worked with in the Cavs. So that's the way I like to push that because he's the guy that has molded a lot of our good NCOs. Yeah, you were the one that I was the first PSG.
Oh, yeah. Looks like those all day.
Year one. I thought when I started, you were already in ACD command. I think you were on your way in as the senior NCO, and you were kind of because you and Bud were close from Hell Let Loose, right? Like you guys were together in Hell Let Loose. Yeah, so yeah, between you and Bud, you guys have taught me literally between you, Bud, and Rogers, you guys basically taught me everything I know here in the Cav as far as primary billet goes.
Okay, we'll be all square if they should sink this. Looks like this one will break a bit to the left. Oh, 6-foot putt. And here's her bogey putt.
When they get involved, it happens really fucking quick, by the way.
All right, 3 feet to the cup. This one's just a short putt, but it should move to the right. And what will happen on the third? Let's find out. I think we're going left here. All right, let's see how he does here on this hole.
Hopefully. I'll send you the link to get access to the sheet. I'll send it to you tonight later. I got you. Like the link that you go to actually view the reports. I'll send you that link, and then every 24 hours, like tonight, you can check it. It probably won't be done. And then tomorrow night after work, you can check it. It might be done. If it's not, check the next night. And if it's not done that night, then let Preacher know.
You've got this left to save your par.
Sorry, can you say that louder? I don't think I heard that, Preacher.
Needs this to save your par. See what happens. Okay, that hole's going to be halved. And here we go. Par 4.
But hey, have I not? Have I not? Yeah, but I didn't leave because I couldn't get the work done. I left because my shift literally meant I couldn't play with anybody. between school and then going on the night shift. When I got up in the morning, there was like the old retired boys that are part of the cab that were online that I could hang out with for a couple hours in the morning, and then by the time I got home, Eastern time was 1 a.m. So everybody was in bed. So the only time I seen people was on the weekends. It's like I can't be an effective leader if that's all I can be for you guys. I had to swallow that pill. Yeah, and sorry, go ahead.
And here's our second shot on the fourth.
So what are you still running? Did you drop everything? Okay, so you're keeping senior and yeah, but I mean you got S3 down to this point where it's not that bad for you. And MP gets a lot lighter when you get through training. MP is heavy for the 6 weeks, and then it's not bad at all. As soon as you get out of your training, it's coasting. So you just got to test out.
And this putt's going to put him
Nice. Well, I know we said it before, but we actually can sit down and do a little study session for that too, because it's not bad review for me either. Everything. Most of the stuff is pretty straightforward. The worst thing you can do is say the rules like literally word for word. So don't get that far into it. Like, I don't know the right words to say it, but yeah, just don't get out of hand with like memorizing lines, and be very careful. Like, you're not supposed to have notes or anything for the test, so just be careful with that kind of stuff. Like, the worst thing you could do is literally have like pages out and read word for word the fucking SOPs. Think about it, give the best answer possible. You'll be just fine after you know the Cav well enough that you'll be just fine.
This one looks pretty good. Should be in the fairway. Okay, this one's around 165 yards out.
Yeah, things will get a little bit. Things will. I think we have a much stronger NCO core that's moving up this time than we did our last time. I feel like last time we were scrambling for guys to take positions, where this time it feels like we're picking the right guys for the positions. So I think we're in a much stronger position. Now we can, yeah.
Excuse me.
That was a hatred level O.
Okay, this one's for birdie. Your partner left you with a birdie putt.
I've been trying to literally tell every single one of my guys, and it sucks because I'm setting the example. I'm like, don't do this, and then I turn around and everybody's doing it.
Okay, that hole's going to be had.
We can hear you, preacher. Yes, we can hear you. You're good.
Now we head to the sixth hole. We've got a par 5.
Penel's got a fucking cup to the door right now.
This tee shot should play.
Captain Pinel would like to enter the chat to
Alrighty,
congratulate Raptor. Is that okay with everybody? Yep. Oh, if we're not finished, we'll finish up first. Yeah, Pinel's. It's not gonna be quick if Pinel comes in. He's gonna say he's going to bed, and then it'll be 3 hours later. No, me and Raptor. Oh, sorry. Did you say Creed? Or... Sorry, I thought you said Creed. You have any other questions? Okay, I'm shutting the fuck up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Here's our second shot on this sixth hole.
That means you care. fuck me. I suck.
All right, let's see how he deals with this beach. This is a ridiculous distance for a putt. Let's see what she does, though. This one looks like it's moving a bit to the right here.
It'd be really nice if we didn't have to do one of these in the next 12 months. I mean, the only way I want to do one of these in the next 12 months is if the chief of staff is doing battalion level ICSs for us.
Here's what you're dealing with for a birdie. And this one looks like it's going uphill and to the right.
No!
Come on, ball. This putt's around 5 feet away. And this putt right here will put him at 1 up. And the 7th will be a par 4.
Wrapped up. See breach. Okay, Pinnell, come on in. Okay, drag me. Yeah, I'm good for a break. Yeah, now we can just have whiskey and have fun.
Fairway looks like it has a bit of a downslope in the landing area.
Congratulations, Raptor. That's all right. We can play till like 1, and if we go to bed at 1, that's a decent time to go to bed. I've done a lot worse than 1. I can't believe you just said that. Can you, as my first sergeant, never say that in public again? All I imagine is you fucking like touching your 2 index fingers together repeatedly while you fucking say that. Get the fuck away from me. Yeah, dude, you had a fucking crazy day 1. I'm not gonna fucking lie. That's a heavy day 1. That's a heavy, dude. Yeah, man. But it's not random bullshit. It's serious work. Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm gonna tell you, Raptor. That's how it fucking goes when you get up to this level. You will have a month, and it'll just be like stellar. Nothing's going on. The platoons are clean. Everybody's doing what they need to do. Things are going great. And then all of a sudden, in 3 days, you'll have like 6 fucking things happen. You're like, what the fuck? Why? Like it just seems like the world is just crashing around you. And you're like, okay, this is fun. It's literally that picture where the dude's like sitting at the table. The dog is sitting at the table, and everything's on fire. And he's like, this is fine. That will be a routine occurrence for you, I promise.
And if he sinks this next putt, we're going dormy, folks.
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Kane do a pretty good job. That's the thing, is doing any one thing in the calf isn't that big of the deal. It's when you start to stack up too much. It's always where it goes wrong. Well, and
And here's a 6-iron from them. And he's ready to go. Let's see how this
yeah,
one
no.
goes for him.
Yeah, you got to think of it like an income debt ratio, right? Like you only have so much time, so you can't fill 100% of your time, because somewhere in one of your departments or your primary build, something's going to happen that then takes that from taking up 20% of your time available to now 40% of your time available, and now you're working with 120% of your available time. You can't do that, and that happens to me too much. Oh fuck. Okay, that just disappeared down the green.
Here he goes, putting for par. Okay, we're speeding things up. You're not even going to make him putt that one out. Let's head to the next. And after that,
That's the win.
all done. All right, the match has ended, and our winning team comes away 3-up over the competition. Good work, folks. And that's going to do it for us today. Just flew by. Thanks again for playing, and we'll see you
Hmm.
soon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like you got to leave yourself buffer time. I don't have any buffer time. Whenever I sit down to do calf stuff, I have too much to do. Like I should probably be doing calf stuff right now to get caught up, but I'm not. I'm gonna do the same. Would you like a cigarette?
What? What?
Did you not hear me? Did you get your headphones in?
Yeah.
Oh, I said, would you like a cigarette?
Sure. This is at the part where I'm waiting for.
You've been waiting to get there
I was waiting to know what happens with the baby.
with the baby. What baby? Oh, in your show. Fuck, I completely forgot you were. I thought you were talking about your game. And I'm like, what fucking baby? Like, what is going on in your game? I didn't know there was fucking babies. Me and Raptor are going to play till 1, and then I'm going to bed.
I don't want to live on
Oh, really?
Athena,
Athena, let's go pee.
you don't need to push him. Come on.
Go, Book.
Wasn't parking my spot.
Did you not have enough room to park in front of me? I tried to back up as close to their vehicle so you could park right in front of me.
Oh. I didn't even try. I just saw you park there.
Oh, yeah, no, I left like there should have been way more than enough room for your car. Like you should have been able to fit like 2 of your cars in there, or at least 1.5. But yeah, I kind of want to park out front. I was hoping that we could kind of maybe if we both start parking there, they'll give us just a little bit more room behind us so we can both fit in there nicely. Because I just don't like going out there.
I don't like it either.
I'd rather just park out front and wait for that to melt.
I can always park on the other side.
Because it's either that or I'm going to fucking steal a 5-gallon pail of fucking pea gravel from work and fucking spread it down out there. I guess I could just do that anyways. I'm on night shift next week, so. Except there's a security tower right there.
What?
A security tower. If I end up on MPT next week at all, I'll go out and I'll fill 2 pails. And I'll take 1 pail and I'll like gently spread it around some icy spots at work for something to do. And then I'll put the other pail in my truck.
Well, again,
I guess I could also just go to the store and buy 2 sandbags, like 2 gravel bags, and just fucking spread the gravel. They're like $15. I'll just go to Home Depot and do that. Maybe that's what we do on Valentine's Day just for something to do. Oh no, because I don't have any money. I need to wait till next paycheck. Oh. Well, we could go in the morning.
should we go get gravel?
Well, I was gonna go get gravel, and then I was also gonna take the chunk of baseboard because I got that $50 gift card. And maybe if you can also put $50 in, we could get like the baseboard, and maybe we can get.
After buying their food, I'm not gonna.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it next weekend then, when I get paid. And then we'll get some drywall anchors. I think we even have some here. And we'll hang shelves. And I'll go over to Dad's house and I'll take some measurements. And I'll ask Dad to get the saw set up. Oh, nice.
And then 5 people want it, so I'm like, nah,
But I'll ask Dad if he can set up his chop saw. And I'll make some measurements. I'll cut the baseboard. And then I'll borrow his brad nailer and air compressor. Actually, I think he has an electric brad nailer now. And then I'll put up the new baseboard. And then we can get some curtain hangers. And curtains, maybe. We might have to do that the paycheck after. But at least if we could, even if we could get the curtain hangers and stuff, and at least I can install them, then we just have to buy the curtains.
Are you muted or are they listening?
I don't know if Raptor's there or not. Raptor, am I muted? No, I wasn't. Go get her. I like how Reisenbeck's excuse too, like when we first like confronted him about the name stuff was, well, I didn't find anything. So you could have asked, bro. All right, let's ready up.
Having a beautiful moment, Raptor.
Yeah, Raptor, I took my headset off for a hug with Miss Green. You're fucking ruining it.
Or just
Hi there, my name's John McCarthy, and I would like to welcome you to PGA.
Okay. All right, now I'm actually done. But yeah, no, and that's really more the point of it that I see is like, they do say as MPs we're supposed to be like extremely knowledgeable on SOPs, and I still think that like both of us are very extremely knowledgeable. Like have the basics 100%, but there's so many different scenarios and there's so many SOPs. You can't fucking know all of it. It's just like anything, if you don't use it, you lose it. I might have read the entire fucking wiki front to back and read it all, and I can think, yeah, I know that SOP exists. I might not know word for word, but I know before I action anything, I can just go to the wiki and find it, and then I do know. Yeah, and it's either like I either know where to find it or I know who to ask to find it. I never say I don't know when somebody asks me something. I'll just be like, yeah, I'll figure it out for you. Not a problem. I just need a minute or two. Oof. Yeah, right?
Still looks okay, right? It's not infected.
It's not even close to infected, baby. Infected would be like from like where the cut is, like all the way out to here, and here would be like bright red. It'd be oozing.
It was like pretty red too.
Yeah, but that's just because you're using it and bending it, and it's still healing. It looks great. It looks perfect. It's exactly how it should look to heal. It looks really good. Yeah, she was walking Athena. I did, yeah. She was walking Athena and she had the retractable leash and she went to run, so she grabbed the retractable like the actual cord leash, and when she ran, it just like burned and cut through her finger, and just like and it was like so like your index finger, like the first crease, it's just right in there. You're gonna have to hold it like up to the camera. Or sorry, no, it's in the second knuckle. Because she like grabbed it by her hand and it was the outside and like drug down and basically just cut her finger with the rope.
It was nasty. And it hurt.
No, no, yeah. I have no idea what happened, to be completely honest. Is he just fucked?
No, he's still okay. He's still breathing. He's hanging on for dear life.
I feel like he needs a stick.
No, he's okay.
Oh, is he supposed to be a hanger?
This one's good.
Yeah, we're not good with plants. Whop top. Oh no, I hit it too hard. That's okay. They're not good either. Fuck, I'm getting tired. If it's fine, drag me in there.
this on the green. Now let's take this home for birdie.
Hello.
To the left. Oh, just missed.
Ah. It is going fine and dandy. How are all of you gentlemen? I don't even know where I am or who's all here.
They'll be all square if they drop this putt. Okay, here's the 12th hole. It's a par 5. Alrighty, let's see what she does here on this one.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah, buddy. We're up and running. We're hot. Hot and heavy. Damn, bro.
And this one coming out of the deep rough. Well, not the purest of strokes. Okay, about 170 yards to the pin.
What? You think I'm never ever locked in ever? Always? I never am. Why did that not?
One's going left. Okay, let's see what happens. Is this his third?
The way my camera looks, it looks like my house is fucking collapsing. What is going on? Raptor. Boo.
Okay, he needs this one to save par. Oh. All right, he's got this left for the bird.
Raptor, why are we at 6 fucking strokes? What is going on?
This next putt, she's going to go one up.
Don't let her. Don't let her. Don't let her. Fuck!
We got a 3 here at the 13th.
I'm not gonna lie, Pinnell, he's had a pretty fucking crazy first day as the top.
They're going with the 5 iron here. Going a bit left of the pin. Have a good tee shot.
Here's what you do. Irrelevant. Shovels.
Ooh, maybe we can get a kick left here.
Oh! Oh! Fuck! Oh! Oh!
Was a view.
Yeah, except what guys have to buy DCS and then a $70 airframe. No thanks.
He's got 3 feet.
All of that sounds terrible. Have a sword fight with your wings. Raptor, what? Are you fucking...
Here comes a 3-footer.
I'm sorry.
Short putt, but it's moving to the left. And nice putt. Let's move on. And here's
You're...
par. And
You would have been better off just not shooting. You probably would have annoyed him enough and they would have just conceded. Fuck. You realize that we're trying to win this game, right?
now, 14th hole. This one's a par 4.
They're one up because of that. Fuck me. No. No, that's a lie.
All right, let's see.
Holy fuck, the server's still pretty much fully seated. No, I know, I'm just saying that like it's crazy that it's just held on all night. There's not a single 7th cav guy in there. What the fuck was that?
Let's see what his second shot looks like.
Benny. She looks just fine. That was fucked. I think the cats were fighting. This is my cat. Everybody look at my cat.
Now, this is about 165 yards out.
I didn't realize we had 11 mile an hour fucking wind. Golf. Yeah, I think they're ranked. I think this is just like a random course, like a PGA 2K25 approved course. I don't know if it's actually a real course. Oh no, we're at an open course. Oh, oh.
And as she sets this one up, she's trying to figure out how she's going to deal with this long putt. Let's see how it goes. I think it's breaking to the left. And this putt will be for his par. Here comes a 4-footer.
You never leave your boys behind. Your roles and duties may change, but you're still always going to go out and play with your boys. Ow, shit! My cat just clawed the fucking piss out of me. No!
Too bad. Gonna have to settle for the bogey, I guess.
You are being fucking evicted. Yeet.
Now the 15th. This one's a par 4.
Don't fuck with cats. Ow, that really freaking hurt. What was I doing?
Okay, let's go. Drill this one into the green.
Alright. Get out of there. Fuck.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see how he deals with this one out of the rough.
Stop sucking.
Okay, this one's coming out of the rough, and I don't know if it's going to make it.
Hey, Pinnell.
Looks like a
Gotta ask you a favor not to share this with anybody else, but I want your opinion on something. Why can't I find you? No, it's serious.
in the approach heading to the left.
Mm-hmm. We literally just are getting this through the approval process right now. Our tank gunner course. Well, you're an S7, so I can definitely send it to you. Yeah, sure. I'll send it to you. Yeah, one of my guys has been working on this for like a month now. And we're just about to do the instructor run through. No, we've got all three courses. So we switched ours up, and we're deviating a little bit from the typical pathway. So instead of having the armor crewman basic course, we just have a tank driver course, a tank gunner course, and a tank commander course. And so we just have three courses. We don't have like a basic course and then a driving course and. So Master Gunner would be something that we'd be looking at doing if we're going like down like, I don't want to say a ranger path, but we don't have a Master Gunner course like planned because this tank gunner course is pretty fucking conclusive.
Next up is the 16th hole. This one's a par 3.
Yeah, that's kind of the way that I'm going, is that if they do all three tank courses, they get that badge. We do that as a separate weapon qualification on its own thing. This just gives you the S7 training. The qualifications its own event. Yeah, no, for sure. No, I absolutely appreciate where you're coming from. But yeah, no, the qualifications we do as a company thing just to make it more fun. Or something we could say is you have to have all three courses and your expert badge. That would be kind of cool. So like when we're doing our classroom portion, this is the presentation that we share with our students, and then we also have a lesson plan as well. But yeah, so like for are you guys, when you guys in S7, do you guys do like your lesson plan and then your student handout?
Alrighty, second shot on the 16th.
Yeah, this got that as well, but this is past that point, right? Like this has gone through all that and is now just at like it's been approved. Like they've looked at the courses, they've approved everything, and now we're just doing the instructor run through to get it finally approved as a course to get out to our guys. But yeah, so like when in like you guys have like the two, I guess, documents for your class, right? You have your lesson plan that your instructor uses, and then you have something you give to your students.
Very long putt in his future. Let's see what happens. I think this is going to go right to left.
Oh, did you do you have edit perms on this? I don't think you would. I'm pretty sure you'd be view only. Yeah. Yeah, because we like our drive is in the S7 drive, but only certain people have like editor permissions in this subfolder. Raptor, we're gonna lose another hole. I'm sorry. Yeah, so essentially this PowerPoint is what we're doing for our student handouts instead of just a document. I like to think they're nice. Yeah, this is what we have for like this is exactly what I have for my artillery course. And we have this exact same thing too for our for that armor course as well. Like we have one that looks almost exactly like this. But then we turned our student handout into the slideshow. We've just found guys consume the information a lot better when it's like broken up into the slideshow instead of just a giant fucking document to read. Yeah, neither do ours. Yeah, same with us. But like to me, the student handout is literally like it's almost like the lesson plan without like all the highlighted yellow parts. Is all is all the student handout typically is. But don't get me wrong, like our basic infantry combat training course looks exactly like this with a lesson plan and a student handout. And then like we've ported a bunch of stuff over from Hell Let Loose PC. So we literally have like Hell Let Loose PCs, medic course. We have built a couple of custom courses. Like we have our squad leader course, and I handmade the artillery course or Hell Let Loose console. Yeah, that's essentially what ours is. Yeah, yeah. See, your guys' student handout, you guys are going the same way as us, like doing a PowerPoint for the student handout. Yeah, because you only want to give your students the relevant information they need. You don't want to overwhelm them with just like an entire document of just a bunch of fluff information, right? So yeah, you guys we're basically aligned. Like we're doing the exact same thing, fucking AO to AO. Nice, dude. I like it. I love how you guys have the old school fucking like Arma 3 opward fucking border setup though. for your for, yeah, this like the slideshow's like format, like the overall format is definitely a template that's been used before because I'm pretty sure that's the same like border setup that's in like the ODS school. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I like the way that our guys did up ours, like the black and yellow, deeper colors, and the backgrounds they use to like change it up. So that's on the gunnery distance, and the thing is if we did that, we would have to do it for every model of tank, because every gunnery site is different. Well, so we have four different factions with like probably 18 different usable, or I would say probably about a dozen to 16 different usable pieces of armor. So yeah, like so I would say like for our guys, like 90% of the time you're either playing American or German. But the thing is too is I also feel like being the way that Hell Let Loose is set up compared to Squad, our engagement distances are a lot more shorter. So you don't quite need to be the expert gunner. Like you have a very like until you're getting out to like 700-800 meter shots. Like when you're doing 500 meters and under, it's very easy to get your round onto target. Yeah, like a 700-800 meter plus shot. You're like you've been playing in tanks for a long time. If you're like one shot and landing a hit, if you're not shooting and adjusting. But yeah, so when you're in hell at loose, like having like that accurate of the gunner lines isn't that like you if you're an avid gunner to the point where you can pass this gunnery course, you're fairly confident on the gun where you can adjust your elevation of your fucking barrel to land a hit on a target at a decent distance. And as well, like our qualifications for expert on the tank is probably the hardest qualification we have within the company. It's definitely the hardest one to get expert on for sure. So the guys that are gonna have that mastery gunnery badge, like they're very good shots. A lot of thing that comes down to hell let loose to be a good tank gunner is more about your fundamentals of like reloading, reacting, getting out of like because your turret moves at different speeds depending on the zoom level you're in. So if you're fully zoomed in, your turret moves super fucking slow. So having those kind of basics down is actually much more important for a gunner than it is your elevation. Because typically, tank engagements, I would say typically in Hell Let Loose happen between 3 and 500 meters is your typical tank engagement. So when you're fully zoomed in on that scope, the tank takes up the entire scope. So it's not hard to land a hit.
Looks like this one will be safe in the fairway. Okay, he's in a fairway bunker. Let's see what happens.
Mm. They can't hit. They can't land that main gun with the 150. Is it? What's the millimeter on the? Is it a 180 on the Abrams? 120. I don't know why I thought 180. That'd be fucking ridiculous. I'd rip the fucking turret off. Just yeah, it's just an AC 130 strapped to a tank. Oh, it's a 105 howitzer. What's the 150 millimeter for the Americans? Am I thinking of a ship weapon? No, because as soon as you get into ship weapons, you get into fucking inch. 19-inch main cannon. Let's literally fire a fucking dealership at the enemy. Rounds as big as cars.
Okay, this putt is for birdie. Let's
Oh, they weigh as much, anyways.
and this one's breaking pretty hard to the right.
Raptor, I don't know what to fucking do here, dog.
So far, so good.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude. I don't know what to do here. Almost drains it.
he's trying to save par right here. Let's see if he can do it.
We fuck.
Okay. Letting him have that putt, and we'll head to the next one. Okay, all square after the first one. Nothing to report.
Reply back. Got to keep you humble, fucker.
All right, we got a par 5 here on
I
the
think I'm gonna
green.
stuff 3 Zonics in my lip. One's probably fine. I don't know how. Can you overdose on nicotine pouches? You just have to believe in yourself.
And let's see how this hole goes again for him. Second shot here on hole number 2.
Yeah, man, you know what I'm fucking dealing with right now at work, Raptor. So I'm a heavy duty diesel mechanic, and we had somebody fill, not top up, fill the coolant system with diesel exhaust fluid. So I am currently in the process of completely replacing that system. Any single rubber part in that system needs to be replaced. I did not account for my feet. Come on back. It's not terrible for not accounting for my feet. 27 feet. As long as they don't do better. Hey, we played these guys once already. I'm pretty sure we played this Neslo before tonight. Neither have I, honestly. Fuck. Oh, he's off. Oh, he's not. That's a pretty good shot, though.
This is a 27-footer here.
They're only 6 feet short of me. They're at 21. And I think you got the better look at the hole. No break. Nice like that, though.
And since this next putt is a 1-up, it looks like this one's breaking right to left.
Oh my.
Ooh, looks like he's put it on a pretty good line.
Fuck, no.
Still on track.
Drains it.
Oh, and he gets it to drop.
Lee has been in first HQ with Hastings for over an hour.
And this one's a par 4
Yeah.
here on the third. This one's got to chase out a bit, I think. Caught the downslope. Okay, let's send it. Landing area slopes away from us. Might be able to get some extra yards.
Raptor 1 HQ. Actually, no, hold on.
Well, it's too bad. All right, he didn't find the short stuff on this one. Let's see what he does about it. Okay, out of the rough, and this might not be enough. Okay, he's setting up a second shot here. thinking this next putt will be for his par. Looks like this one's breaking to the left. Oh, almost. And if this next putt drops, he'll go 2 up.
Raptor 1 HU.
Okay, here's a 4-foot putt for us. All right, let's move on to the next hole. Your opponent's given you a gift. Don't even have to putt it out. This one's for his par. Let's see what he does.
Well, fucking Lee said you guys want to talk about comp. We're both on the comp committee, so. Well, I invited Raptor as my first sergeant, so yeah.
And it appears your teammate voted not to concede this one. Okay, 4th hole, par 4. Here we go. Ooh, watch this one run now.
So, as we stand right now, Mulcahy is in charge of comp, competitive stuff, like overall. But so here's the thing: is it's a weird scenario because technically competitive gameplay and like that side of it isn't seventh cav official content, I guess you could call it. It is a completely volunteer side of us being together as a gaming group. So it's not to say that like SOP doesn't apply, but it's more along the lines of like we have a SOP kind of written for the comp team and it's around the committee, but we are currently working on that because the committee got a little overly bureaucratic and a little overly bloated. So we're kind of working out like what the structure is. And basically currently as it stands right now to like be solid and super solid and for sure like who's in what spot is Mulcahy's kind of like air quote the chairman overseeing it in general and letting us know what's going on, organizing the comm scrims and stuff. I am in there as the company oversight, ensuring that we're not breaching any code of conduct, general orders, any kind of that stuff. An example would be, you know, shutting down the changing our clan tags to be part of a coalition. That was something that like I as company shut down because that breaches our SOP. Is Elliker on the committee right now? Raptor? Raptor, are you there? So Raptor for sure is on the committee as our S3 representative, because he's the senior over in S3. Okay, he has also stepped into the secondary bill in S3 to help organize competitive like sign-up sheets and games and stuff like that. And then as far as it goes for like you with DMT, 100%, man. We can't tell you how much we appreciate, especially coming from like me and at the company level. as much as anything has happened, I appreciate the work and the enthusiasm and everything you've done for the DMT side of it. That first game that we played, even though we lost, I fucking loved it, man. I had a great time, and I can't appreciate you enough and say how much I appreciate you providing that experience for the troopers here in the 7th Cav. So yes, absolutely. You're running that, but at the same time, Mulcahy's in still charge of like the comp scene. So if he wants to know what's going on and work with you and all that kind of stuff, absolutely, I would like Mulcahy doing that. Elliker, if he's on the community as well, I think he is on the committee and was kind of appointed to kind of oversee it at the committee level for the DMT stuff. So like you're heading it up, you're organizing stuff in as well. But Elliker's just kind of the one that knows the Cav a little bit better to just make sure that if something is going awry, he can steer it in the right direction or be like, hey, we need to have a conversation. Like it's not that he's there to like tell you what to do or how to do it or when to do it or why to do it or anything like that. It's more about like if he's seeing something that's going off the tracks of how the 7th Cav normally operates, then he might raise it to say like, hey, this is a bigger issue than us just making a decision right now. We need to bring it up to the committee. And that's how we've been running the comp scene because it's not really possible to say like we can't comp isn't official. We can't use comp as SP time. It's not, our 1 hour a week we dedicated. It's off to the side. It's extra. So that's about as like clear as not clear as I can make it. If you have any questions on that more specifically. Not not necessarily because company is allowed to write its SOPs, and we technically do have our own SOPs written for the comp community or the comp side of it, which is the committee. The committee is the chain of command for the competitive. That is a written SOP that's on our forums that has been posted that pretty much everybody should have access to. Maybe you haven't seen it yet, but again, like I said, we're also looking at while we're in this rebuilding phase and brought Mulcahy in, and we're not like signing up for a league this quarter and that kind of stuff. We're looking at fixing that SOP because to me, it was overly aggressive in the like accountability department, whereas like we need to make comp more about just playing the game competitively. So we're currently working on rebuilding those SOPs, but those SOPs still are in place as far as like the chain of command for competitive because that's a company written SOP.
He's ready to let her rip. Let's see how this hole goes.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I
This one's fairway bound. And here we go. This is his second shot.
yeah, and yeah, for sure, Raptor. Yeah, go ahead. I do got something to say on that point though. So what I want to say there to you, Hastings, is like I get where your frustration of that comes, but also respect the fact that this was your first time doing DMT. And historically in the Cav, guys don't get involved until it's kind of like already underway. So all I'm trying to say is just like don't have the high expectations to have the full tank team show up the first time you're trying to organize it, right? Like this was the first DMT event organized by somebody in the Cav in a long time. Like the last thing that was even close to doing that was when I ran the Viva La Resistance campaign and I had an operation that was tanks only, that was Cav private. That was the last time we even did something close to it, besides the one time that we went out for a DMT event. But I think we were only two tank crews and we were playing with another team. I'm pretty sure we were on PZLD's team or something like that. So I get that you put in that much effort for all that, and I can't tell you how much. Like I said, oh fuck, I'm in the water. how much I appreciate you putting in that effort. But what I'm trying to say is don't expand your expectations that high to have all 12 of your tank crews show up the first time you're trying to run that event, right? I'm just saying, like, and that's just the natural progression of things. Once you get the steam and you get those dedicated crews and you got those guys showing up to, their third event, the next time you hold that meeting, I bet you at least 3 out of your 4 tank crews show up to that meeting. Right? So don't get discouraged by that happening on the first time that you gave it a try. You got to do it. Yeah, man, but it's the popularity of the event. Like nobody has played in this event before. A lot of guys are still sitting on the edge of whether they would give it a try or not. And now that we went out and had a good time, I still think it was a great game. And I think our problem was less about us having the game plan that you worked on that we didn't have. And don't get me wrong, I think that would have attributed much more to a win. Do I think we still would have won? Maybe not. I think that's something attributed more to our loss and not to put down anybody, but was our very weak tank squad. If that third tank squad would have been there and won 1 or 2 of those engagements, that game could have been completely fucking different. But you can't not bring it up and then say the only reason it didn't work is because your plan didn't happen, right? There were so many factors into that. Not to mention it was our first DMT game as a group, right? So what I'm saying is you did an amazing job for that first game, but you can't expect everything that you're expecting. It's just not going to happen, man. I'm sorry. I've watched comp come and go through the Cav 4 times now. I ran the first comp team. It is hard to do the comp team in a milsim unit like this, but if you keep it up and you get that event going and you get it repeated and show that this is an event that can happen regular on a basis and guys can depend on that, they will show up. But until you build that reputation of it being a solid event, you're gonna be ho hum until you get there. And it is just a reality of the way this organization is, because guys don't get attached to something until it's working. And it is a sad fact because we do have a smaller pool to pull from because of how stringent we are. But the how stringent we are also builds the bond where we're able to sit down and talk about like this like a bunch of gentlemen instead of just being in an argument, being said like, well, fuck you, I've got 40 other guys I can pick from, so get the fuck out of here, right? You gotta build it up. And you're doing the right things to build it up. And like I said, we can't credit you enough. But the DCS has nothing to do about comp. Like that there's nothing going on there for that. Something I also want to capitalize on that too with what Raptor's saying is you are in such a great position with the tankers in DMT compared to us trying to do like 30s or 49s in regular competitive, because we do have the number of guys in tanks that are interested to show up and make this 4-crew team every time we show up to the event. Like you have 16 tankers in Delta 1 alone. Plus you have me, Raptor, Kane that will for sure come tank. Connor will come tank. So there's another 4 guys. So now you're already at 20 guys that are willing to tank, right? So this DMT can definitely be successful. And we're the fucking cavalry. As far as I'm concerned, if we're a primary armor unit, I've got no problem with that. Don't get me wrong. I love the infantry side. But if competitive wise, if what we can do and do well is tanks, I'm all fucking for it. 100%. And the problem isn't so much that we don't have the guys, because even scrims, like we've still, our first scrim of the year, we almost showed up with a full team. That was better than our TPL season last year. It was way less fighting, so like we're building in the right direction and getting there. It's just we're like right at that cusp of it being a little bit too difficult to just like full bore commit to everything, right? So just give it some time, but I guarantee the tank side will work if you keep doing what you did with 24/7 with that operation. Because even though we lost and even though you didn't get your battle plan out that time, if you keep doing that, like I said, by the third or fourth time you run that op, I guarantee you when you make that call to have the meeting about the pregame, you will have at least 3 of your 4 tank crews that show up, or 3 if we're doing 3 tank crews easily. And we're doing a private event like you set up, and we're only doing 3 tank crews. 100%, I guarantee you're going to have 9 tankers that show up to that. But you just need to run that event 3 or 4 times. So what I would suggest is making your plan very easy and just getting guys out and playing it. And then once you get your crews set that have shown up, you've got 3 crews that have shown up to an event 3 times in a row. Now's the time to sit down with those guys and really get into the plan. To start out, just focus on getting the guys out for the game and doing the best they can do. I mean, if you, yeah, and I mean, no, go ahead. No, for sure. So our best solution to this problem is to not sit here and just talk about it with us. Our best solution is to sit down and talk about it with everybody that is involved in the situation. So that's us organizing a time to sit down with Mulcahy and Elliker and me and Raptor, and there's one or two other guys at the trooper level too that are on the committee. Um, and we bring those guys in and we sit down and we talk about it and we clear that up, right? And like I said, like as far as I'm concerned, competitive is completely optional as far as it comes to the CAV. When it comes down to the CAV SOP, the written rules and everything, this is something that we're doing like extracurricular is what you could call this, right? So that's the way that we have to approach the situation. Um, yeah, and like I said, I am confident in what you can do. And like I said, like I feel like you might, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you might be feeling like, you're kind of being like fucking kicked back down, like trying to get out of the ladder and say like, hey, I want to do these things. It's like, no, you fucking can't yet, right? But that's the thing is like, yeah, you can, because that is the way the SOP is and you have to meet those minimum requirements. But you are doing a really good job with this DMT. So just focus on that for the next, 60 days and you're going to be a specialist, right? And then you can do all the other CAV stuff too. But I think we sit down with Elliker and Mulcahy and the comp committee, and we bring you on. And like I said, I want to make it less bureaucratic, so we'll sit down with those guys. And like what I would like to see as a committee is basically me as company oversight, Raptors S3 because it's operations and we need S3 to get it done. Mulcahy's in S5, so he's fine there as the committee chair. and running S5 for the public relations side of it. He's got that handled. And he's also in S3 to assist Raptor with the comp side setup. And then we basically have to set up the way I think it's going to go is like Elliker is probably as the senior member going to be like the DMT representative. So it'd be like you and Elliker on the comp side, anything DMT related to isn't going to get you guys in trouble for SOP stuff and working outside of chain of command if you and Elliker are assigned together to work on the DMT, right? Like Elliker is maybe handling more like the cav side and organizing the guys and how you handle like the server and where you're like, you know, you guys are pinging and organizing events within the cav, and outside the cav that can be you. That's totally fine. And you know, in even 30 days as we just get started, at that point as PFC you would be eligible for S5. So maybe we get you in on S5 because you're doing all the organizing side of it anyways with the other clans, and that's what S5 is. um, so it's something that I tell everybody here in the Cav is that nothing happens fast in the Cav. We need to figure out where everything's placed. We have to make sure everything's in its place, and then we have to make the official decisions of how we're handling them. So it's a little bit of more of a Druggo process than your basic clan of just, hey, we're doing this and now it's done, right? Unfortunately, we don't have that convenience within the Cav SOP. We have to set things up properly, but it's not that I'm not going to work with you guys and we're not going to get it done. We are. I think DMT is going to be super fucking successful, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you guys make it super successful. But we just got to make sure we just, you know, keep it within the proper reins. And you haven't gone out of the reins. Like your DCS, none of these problems are coming out of the DMT side of it. Everything on that side so far is good, except for what I'm hearing from your feedback that you're feeling, you know, confused about who's managing it or who's running it or where it is. And so we will sit down as a comp committee, as a comp team, and we will sit down and talk about it, and we'll hammer it out about who's doing what and where is going where. We are, you know, again, DMT is just starting. Mulcahy's basically rebuilding the comp team again. We're back to scrimming and trying to get back to a league team. Everything's basically being reset. Reisenbeck's gone. Mulcahy's stepping in. You're bringing in DMT. Elliker was already in on the comp committee. Everybody's a little bit confused about where everybody lands and lies in that, but we just need to sit down as a team and straighten it out. We just haven't had the opportunity to. And I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be honest with you here. Right now, that isn't on my top priority list. My top priority list right now is getting my company fixed, because I lost my first sergeant. I lost both my platoon sergeants. I have to figure out where all my squad leaders are going and what's happening with all my squads. I have so many more concerns about my primary billet than I do right now about the comm side, where right now I don't think we need to convolute it this heavily. Let's just organize games and have a good time. That's all it needs to be right now. Waiver. So so that so that may be where I think like a lot of this might have come in, right? Like a bit of a too fast issue and a bit of a maybe us not, you know, communicating everything, because there's just a lot of, I don't want to say gray area in the CAF because there's not gray area, but there's just a lot to understand. So the waiver isn't because of the PFC promotion. So what a waiver is when you get into a position or you get recommended for a position that you technically do not meet the requirements for, you then need a waiver. Now, a waiver isn't like a specific document or anything like that. What it would be, for example, you are a PFC and you haven't yet taken NCOA 1 or 2, which is our non-commissioned officer academies, right? So now to be an ASL or an SL, you have to have NCOA 1 and 2. That is a prerequisite for being an ASL. Now, if you were, and this is again, ASL is the first step out of the position you're currently in, right? And I think this is maybe where the lines are being a little bit blurred, is that you're looking at, like, you know, when you're applying for a platoon level position, the requirements are way different for that than it is an ASL position where that's your first step, right? So what a waiver is that you don't have NCOA 1 and 2 yet, and we think you're a great candidate for the ASL role, and it's only one step up from where you are now. It's not 3 steps up from where you are. So what we can do is, because you don't have NCOA 1 and 2, but we think you're good for the ASL position, we can go to a battalion and say, hey, we think this guy is a great addition to our company and should be an ASL. He doesn't yet have NCOA 1 and 2, but has said he will take the courses the next time they are available. And we want to put him in the ASL spot. And they can say, yes, we will approve him to be in that spot based on the stipulation that he takes the next NCOA 1 and 2 or the one after that. And if he does not do those courses, then he will be removed. That's what a waiver is. So the waiver isn't the PFC thing. And I think the confusion there might have came from our conversation about RTC, right? And that was where you applied for RTC, and I said I'd really like you to have more time under your belt before bringing you in as a drill instructor, and I'd at the very least like to see you as PFC before I brought you onto RTC. But that's just for that specific department. That doesn't apply for everything else, because every single billet, every single position has its own prerequisites, its own requirements, its own, past experiences. Some things are application based, where we have multiple candidates, and it's a certain person who gets to pick that candidate. So, for example, the platoon sergeant roles that are coming out, that is Raptor that posted, because he's the senior NCO. So he's at the NCO chain of command. Those positions are directly below him. So he's the ultimate authority in that position choosing. Now RTC comes down to my choosing, because it's a completely separate billet. So what I'm trying to say is, you can't like cookie cutter and say this one thing applies to everything else in the CAP. You really got to make sure you dig into the details and talk to somebody who knows what the exact requirements for that one position is. So you can't like blanket statement say, hey, I've got a waiver, right? That conversation was, hey, I would like you to see you have 30 days to get into RTC, not 30 days to get into anything, right? Yeah, and I just got one more quick thing. What I do really want to see from you, Hastings, is when you do hit specialist, and in all honesty, it might not even have to be specialist now that you're PFC. If you're really interested in it, I don't have any interested candidates. So someplace that we could get you started is, I need an instructor for my tank driver, tank gunner, and tank commander courses. And because I have no applicants, I even said in that application post that I would then be interested in PFCs if nobody applied. So there is something that's coming up for you where you can get involved. And then that secondary billet and you getting involved in that is going to be a great piece of, what would you call it? Like a skill on a resume, right? When you apply for an ASL or an SL position, you have an S7 instructor course. If another guy has nothing, you're going to be a way better candidate, right? So that's kind of the way the CAV works, and that's kind of how you have to think about it. It's not just a regular clan. There's so many different regulations and SOPs, and that's why we're breaking down this chain of command thing, because it has nothing to do with the CAV. It has nothing to do with you applying for the PSG spot. The reason that DCS happened is because of that SAC course where you had said, me and Elker did this. And just right there in the entity of that, there was just a admission to breaking chain of command in that one scenario. But that one scenario doesn't apply to what's going on in comp, and it doesn't apply to you applying for PSG. Each one of those is completely separate. It's just the fact that there was a COC infraction on that one post. It has nothing to do with anything else. And you don't need to worry about the rest of that. Everything else you're doing is completely fine. We love the fact that you applied for the PSG role. We're glad to see that you're that interested in this group already in your first 30 days to say, hey, I want to lead these guys. That is outstanding. That is what I'm looking for in guys that are coming into this organization. But it's just about the time under the belt is all it is. BACD issues, not CAV issues. Sorry to clarify.
Right.
So to clarify that even a little simpler, every single department has its own separate chain of command, and it's really hard to understand. But once you get it, once you figure out what each chain of command is, then it starts to make a lot more sense. But yeah, like S3 has its own chain of command, and then me in S7, I'm the lead instructor over there. So I'm the lead instructor there, but I don't have any power to go above that and like approve courses. I have to go up a chain of command to preacher to get those courses approved for that department separately. But Bud, my commanding officer, can't come into S7 and say, no, you guys can't run that course. He has no power to do that because he's not S7. So that's where it gets confusing too with the secondaries. But I also need to make one really, really important point here too, though, is that the secondaries are just that. They are secondary to the primary billet. So the secondary billets work for the company, right? So in the end, every single one of those secondary billets is working at the discretion of the company's command. So like me as the company commander, I work with S3 to say, hey, this is the direction the company's going to go. I want your department to facilitate that. So it's going to be the same way for comp. Comp is going to do what the company wants to do. So we're going to all talk about it and sit down and say, hey, this is what we're doing and this is how we're going to do it. How do you guys as the comp side want to achieve that? So like right now our goal is, hey, we want to get involved in comp, do scrims and do DMT. How are we going to do that? Well, how we're going to do that is Mulcahy being the lead. We're going to pick a senior. And then, for example, in the secondary billet setup, Hastings, you'd be essentially like a clerk for it, and your responsibility would be the DMT side. So you're going to do all the DMT stuff, but then Mulcahy's just going to be there overseeing it to then work with like me and company to say like, yeah, things are going good with DMT, or hey, DMT wants to do this, or something's coming up, or hey, we have a event that overlaps with another event. How can we organize this? And that's what that communication is for, so that like, hey, a DMT event doesn't take over a planned CAV operation, right? Like that's the kind of work that we're looking for between that lead and the company. You're still going to run it as a clerk and do majority of the legwork, but Mulcahy's just going to be there to make sure like, hey, overseeing it, I know what's going on. I can help you out where you need help. We can make sure that we get the posts out. And then if you need additional help or I don't know what the answer to your question is on that, then I can go to Cree and get more direction. So we're just trying to clean up the comp side because, like I said before, with the way Reisenbeck had it set up, like our committee was up to like something like 9 members, and to me, that's just too many cooks in the fucking kitchen, right? So that's why we came up with this idea. Let's push it to a secondary billet idea where you got one guy that's majorly in charge, working for the company's best interest. You have him with a guy that's helping him manage it, and then you have clerks that are assigned to specific roles within comp. So we're gonna have one guy like you that's doing TMT. We're gonna have one guy that's more organized towards organizing guys for the infantry event and or like our Friday event, and that's what he's gonna be doing. And just help spread out the workload a little bit so there's not like one hand in 17 pods. We have one hand running the pod, and then everybody else has just kind of got a finger in it and knows what the temperature is. And it's actually funny that you mentioned that because I said that exact same thing to Lee earlier tonight, where I was like we did kind of murky the water with that. So what we should have said, which probably would have been better, and I think you'd agree with me here, Hastings, is we should have said if you do not meet the prerequisites, but you are at least the minimum rank of specialist, then please feel free to apply. Right? That might have cleared the air a little bit, and I can absolutely respect that side of it, and that's something that I am going to make sure that we do going forward because that will help clear that convoluted side. And like I said, you are probably right. You're probably the only private that's ever applied for a PSG position in the history of BACD. It's probably happened in the Cavs before, but the first time it's ever happened in our company. But like I said, that also lets us know. And the reason we did that and the reason we posted that is because we want to know who's interested so we can steer our staff members, especially our new PSGs coming in. We could go to that PSG and say, hey, these guys are interested in moving up. They applied for this position. Focus your attention and your development with those guys because those are going to be the guys that are going to step up for you when you need new squad leaders and when you need new FTLs, right? That's what we're trying to build with that statement. But I get where, and I respect where it could get convoluted, that maybe having, if you don't meet the requirements, at least have a minimum rank there. And I get that that would have helped this situation. I can appreciate that. Hmm. And that's something that I want you to also understand about the DCS is it's 100% non-punitive. There's no nothing against it. This isn't going to happen in the next 90 days. It's on record for 90 days. This situation isn't going to come again. We're handling it. We know how to all move forward from this situation. From me all the way down to you. From me as the captain all the way down to the private. We're all figuring this situation out. It's not going to happen again, so it doesn't matter. That DCS is never going to turn into anything more, right? That's why we have the DCS is because it forces us to have a conversation and it forces us to document the conversation. That makes us take it seriously, but that also makes us engage with it because the worst thing that can happen is that it's going on and we don't do anything about it. Nobody talks to anybody and we don't have the conversation. Because as soon as we don't have the conversation, it just festers into something that then turns into an episode. And that's how it always works. And that's literally why the DCS is there, is so that we have this conversation and we move forward to an understanding. It has nothing to do with punitive. It's just to work out the scenario. Yeah, and that's but that's another reason why we have the DCS is because like that's literally something that we'll put in the DCS is there's what will the counseling authority do? Well, next time we're gonna make sure, like on the paperwork on the DCS, it will literally say like what is the counseling authority gonna do to be better? That's why we have this conversation. It's about are we asking for you to do better, and what was like if there was an infraction, what's the infraction? But also the conversation with you to say like, hey, this is what I need for support. So the support is, hey, we're going to do better and give a minimum rank for that posting the next time so this confusion doesn't happen the next time. And we're also giving you the information of also how to step forward. So it's also a development situation for you, right? Instead of, hey, jumping straight to PSG or this or that happening, this chain of command confusion, here's some things that you can focus on to get started. And the first thing is getting in for NCOA 1 and 2. That's the first thing you need to do, right? And but I almost guarantee you as well that night one, like you're in night one, you want to move up, right? And we were talking about that waiver, dude. I almost guarantee you, I will literally put money on this as my 4 years in the Cav that I'm going to be asking for a waiver for you as ASL for night two. I will put fucking money on that because I guarantee you, night one is at 16 fucking tankers. We need to split them and we need to give second platoon a tank squad. That means we need to find another SL, and then that means we have two ASL positions open in the tank squad. And if you wanted to be in there and there was nobody else that stepped up, because right now there's not a lot of guys in night one that are stepping up to take, that position. If we right now had a guy that said, yeah, I want to be a squad leader, and two guys that said, yeah, I want to be SL, we would be splitting fucking night one tomorrow. That's literally the starting point. So that's the way I want you to. That's what I'm trying to get here. Is I want you to shape your mind into taking where you are now and what's the next step. So I really want you to focus on that, and that's where talking to Lee helps, right? So hey, Lee, he's your SL right now. You might be the SL or ASL under somebody else, but that doesn't mean in a conversation of you talking to Lee like, hey, so I'm an ASL, so what's my next step? Well, your next step is SL. From SL, what's my next step, right? That's how I want you to figure the cab out, is what do you need to do step by step? Because if you do that in what you're doing, you are going to be a guy that is leading in this group. And like I said, I will be a betting man. I almost guarantee you won't be in for NCOA 1 and 2 this time, but I bet you if we split night, you're going to be one of the candidates. And if you're the candidate that's chosen, I'm going to have to get you a waiver to be the ASL of that squad. Yep. I'm going to bed too. No. Oh. It's statutory. Those ranks are all statutory. We can't. So us, like, nobody in your COC has any control of any of your promotions until you get to sergeant. All of that is done through S1. So you just have to meet the minimum requirements, and it just automatically happens. So also, just just to help you understand kind of like the timeline of how it works, all of the PFC promotions will be done at once. So what'll happen is everybody that's eligible for PFC, when they do the promotion post, and I think they do it, I don't know if it's one, I think it's twice every second week. I think they do it now. So you might be eligible. It's once a week. Oh yeah, they might do it every Sunday, or they have a day anyway. So if you land on that week, like the day of the promotion, you might not get promoted. You might just be added to the tracker and then promoted the next week. So what I always say is when you hit on your mill pack, when it says 30 days on the mill pack, you are now eligible for PFC. You are now going to give it a week because you are now eligible. But if you land in that week where they've already done the promotion, you are now not going to get promoted till the next week. So what I always say is when you hit that 30 days, you add 14 days. If your mill pack is not updated, you put in a ticket, you'll be updated immediately. It has never, ever, ever in my time being here have I ever had a PFC come to me and say, hey, I haven't been promoted in 14 days. It always happens the next week. So if it happens where, let's just say hypothetically, the promotions happen on Sunday and your promotion date is on the Sunday, you might not get promoted that day because technically you're not added to the tracker till the next day. So you'll get promoted the next weekend. So at most, the worst I've seen is a week. But what I always tell guys is if after 2 weeks something's not on your mill pack, then go to S1 and make a ticket. Nothing happens fast in the cab. Everything's a volunteer department, and everything is basically based on a data tracker. So they don't get it until the data appears, and then they also have SOPs within their department about how long it takes. Most departments are 72 hours to respond to something that's happened in the department. Some things like S5 graphics have much more extended rates, whereas a graphics request can be anywhere from 2 weeks to 30 days because it's a graphics request. So each one kind of has its own thing, but typically billets are 72 hours to respond to a work order. But if the promotion's on the Sunday and they get the work order on the Sunday, your work order might not be, it might be processed and completed, in those 72 hours, but it doesn't get posted until the following Saturday. So the work is already done. The guys have done the work exactly like they're supposed to according to their billet, but the post doesn't happen till the following week. So that's where you'll see those discrepancies in time. So never freak out about anything until at least 7 days. Even RTC graduations, right? Like the graduation post for RTC to actually turn your mill pack from recruit to private only happens once a week. So if you pass your boot camp on the first day after graduation, you don't become a private for 6 days. But that whole time, you're eligible to be a private. But the one thing about the department is you're always backdated. So when you get promoted on that day, it's not like you're shorted those 7 days. The date that shows up on your mill pack that you're promoted is the proper date. So you don't like lose any time in grade or time in service because of a delayed promotion. They always promote you on the correct day. So as soon as you hit that 30 days, you're promoted to PFC on that day, but it might not show up on your mill pack for 7 days. You get what I'm saying? So so what I always say is when you open up your mill pack and it says PFC on it, that's when you change it. That's the easiest way. Yeah. And it's just like I told you in boot camp, right? Like when you pass your boot camp and everything. I'm pretty sure. Did I do yours? Did I not do yours? Beck did. Well, nonetheless, you should have been told that after your boot camp, you can put on your private tag in the Discord because you have done everything to be a PFC or a private at that point, right? You've done all the base requirements to meet that role. It's just your mill pack hasn't updated yet. The reason why I say don't change it after that point, like that's how we tell guys in RTC, is like you're a private now. Like you've done everything you need to be a private. You can go ahead and not be a recruit anymore. The reason we do that is to kind of get them into the cav right off the fucking bat, right? But when it comes down to after private, as soon as your mill pack says it, it's official, 100%. But whether it happened on like if you were officially promoted by your time in service, so time in service, time in grade of 30 days as a private gives you PFC. Soon as you hit that 30 days, you are given that promotion on your mill pack. That is what your mill pack will say on that 30th day is when you're promoted. But that might not show up on your mill pack until the post is made a week later. But you still get that week towards your next rank. So like because your mill pack didn't say you were a PFC for 7 days after the promotion, you don't lose that 7 days towards your specialist rank up. You still earn that 7 days in your time in service and time in grade. Until it, yeah, because so what it is the 7th Cav forums are official. So nothing is official until it's posted on the website. That is just how it works. So the promotion might go up, and yeah, and so technically, when the promotion goes up, that is when you're eligible. So like if you just went to 7cav.us and went, you can literally go promotions. The day your promotion is posted is the date of that. But S1 or sorry, not S1, yeah, S1 citations will post the posting for your promotion on the forums. But that's just S1 citations posting it. So now it's official. It's posted on the forums. You are promoted to a PFC. But now that post has to go to S1 mill packs in like an assembly line, and they need to update all the mill packs. So that's where like the delay comes in from seeing like your actual promotion to it being official on your mill pack, is because even in S1 there's sub departments. There's S1 analytics. There's S1 mill packs, there's S1 citations. Each one is its own thing, and it's like a step 1 to 5 process. So it goes to S1 and it's just tagged S1 and they get it, and then S1 citations does the citation. When the citation is complete, mill packs then steps in and updates the mill pack. After the citation, they add the citation to the mill pack and then update like all the images on the mill pack. So it's a step-by-step process that isn't complete until the whole process is done. And it's not automated. It's not just like, hey, you become a PSC and then boom, AI takes over and does all the work. Every single one of those steps is done by a human being. So each one of those steps typically has a 24 to a 48 hour window of getting completed. So if it's a 5-step process, it could turn in like a medal recommendation, right? A really easy one is like an ARCOM. Me as a company commander, I can approve a ARCOM medal. So, Lee could say, hey, he did a really great job setting up all this DMT stuff. He's done a super good job. I want to put him in for an ARCOM reward to recognize him for doing that work. That goes to me and I say approved and it's done. But if it's a silver star for something you did in one of our DMT operations, that now has to be posted by him and meet the requirements, and then go to our battalion staff to be approved, and then from there go to the regimental staff to be approved. So where an ARCOM might take 48 hours to be approved and another 48 hours to show up on your mill pack, a silver star could take 2 weeks because of the amount of steps it has to go through. But and the thing that's crazy is if you come and talk to us and ask us like about any one of these specific things that we've mentioned, we can go to the wiki and literally show you exactly the SOP step by step, and all those steps shown out clearly. Like even those medals, if you go to the medal recs page on the wiki, it shows you, this is how the medal is recommended. This is who the approval authority is. And sometimes the approval authority is like 4 different people. And that's where those processes become longer. So once it goes through more departments, more steps, it becomes a little more convoluted. But that's just how the CAV is, because in all honesty, it's a mil sim and it's based off the military, and that's what the military is. It's a lot of fucking red tape and documentation and steps, and goes through 6 different people. It's way too bureaucratic, but that's part of the mil sim experience. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason this group's been around for 22 years, right? Like, it's a pain in the ass, but it's fun as fuck. Yeah, go the fuck to bed. And we'll pick up more. We'll meet up. We'll talk about comp. We'll get things squared away, and everything's gonna be fucking Gucci, man. I promise. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed too. Yeah, if you're ready up, I'll play one more. Oh, you could have said something. What is this thing that you sent me? Oh, I see. No, sorry, Lee, and and this is what I didn't want to do when I sent you that message, is I didn't want to take over that conversation like that, but there it went. But no, we got no questions for you as long as you don't got any questions. But like, I think we're all on the same page. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. We're just making sure we're steered in the right direction. But I think that's where the blurred point is, like, comp doesn't have anything to do with any of that, right? I think Raptor came up with the idea of setting up the comp like a secondary billet, and I think once we get that squared away and sit down with the guys and like install Hastings in a clerk style role, just like if you're an S3 operations clerk, is what he's going to be. He's going to be, the BACD competitive DMT clerk, right? Like, that's going to be his role, and we're going to have a first in charge and a second charge, right? So once we set it up like that and we sit down and we have that meeting with the comp guys, I think all of this is going to disappear. And it's because we're in this transition period where we have no structure that people are just like reaching for things, right? Like, everybody's just like, nobody has. I don't want to say there's no guidance, but there's just nothing set in stone. Yeah, and we're gonna give him that project, and don't worry, like, we'll sit down with Kane or with Mulcahy, and we'll get it sorted out. Like, I want him to run the DMT side of it. He did an amazing job with the first DMT game. I think it was a great success. Yeah, and we'll be able to solve the ambassador stuff too. Like, we should be able to get it set up so like they're both ambassadors, and in that clerk role, it'll be set up perfectly. Where like Mulcahy's overseeing it, so when Hastings is doing stuff, Mulcahy's just watching, and if something's just not going the way that Mulcahy knows company wants it to go, he'll just step in and say, "Hey, Hastings, we need to adjust."
Oh, this one's dropping fairway for sure. He's looking ready to roll. Let's see how he does on this hole.
Hmm.
Okay, he's getting ready to fire away with second shot.
When it comes down to that's going to be separate. It's just going to be like a secondary, like we said. So he'll be in that secondary billet
Almost.
for comp. We're going to set up comp like a secondary billet, and that will remove him from you in that situation. You guys, like, and I hope you're all right with what I'm saying here, Lee. Like, you don't have anything to do with the organization of DMT. Like, you really shouldn't be involved in that, right? I mean, as a tanker, if you want to be a DMT guy and go and play the games, absolutely. But Hastings is the guy that's been setting this up, and that's why we're doing this as like a secondary billeted role to give it a clear command structure instead of just like a hey, it's fucking 9 different committee guys that are spread out all over the fucking place. It's a set in stone. Hey, we have a first in charge, a second in charge, and clerks. So each clerk is responsible for their own thing, and they report to the first and second in charge, and that's their chain of command for DMT and for comp, just like operations with their separated chain of command. Yeah, and like I said, we're gonna have a comp meeting with all of us, and we're gonna get that cleared up when we set this like secondary department style billet up for comp. Like we're going to have this meeting with the comp guys in the next week, and we'll get it squared away. It's like I said, it's gonna disappear once we get it straightened up. But like I said, my first concern is getting the company squared away, and then we'll take care of that. Right now, for the next week or two, the only thing I need is just him to organize games and get us out and playing. And if that means we're in the league and we got the 4 tank squads and we're going out and playing, that's fine. But just worry about that. Just, hey, like all he needs to do is, hey, I need fucking 12 tankers on this date. That's all we need. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Not even 30 days in. Like if Hastings were to talk to Preacher, Preacher would literally tell him like, dude, just be a trooper first. Like that's literally what our most senior NCO would tell him. Like, just dude, just be a trooper first. Just hang out, play the game, have a good time. Get to know the guys, get to know how the cav works. Go from there. That would be Preacher's advice. But that's the thing. Like I said, when we get the calm side sorted out and we get him in that clerk style position for DMT, that will give him a structured and organized path to follow. And I guarantee you, we get him set on that, he'll be good. hmm And that's where we're simplifying it with like the operations and stuff too. Is like so Mulcahy is going to talk to Hastings, and Hastings is going to say, "Hey, I want to do this op this day." So then he tells Mulcahy that, and then all Mulcahy has to do is go to Raptor or Connor in S3 and say, "Hey, we're doing this day. Does it conflict with anything?" No, perfect. Plan it. Yes, it does. Okay, how are we going to adjust? Do we move the comp time or do we move the operation time? Like I said, once this secondary style build is set up, I think it's going to clear a lot because what it's going to do is it's going to make comp align with the cav and it's going to clear up a ton of these blurred lines. And like I said, with him being so gung ho too, where I really want him is in that S7 tank role, instructor role. I think he'll do really well there, and I'll be able to get him in there in like the next 2 weeks. I just need him to get to that rank and then apply because I've had nobody else apply. But I just need him to just put a little more time in, and then I can give him a whole nother task. And like, there is a ton of fucking work for us to do this tank stuff. So like, it's gonna keep him busy. Well, we'd have to just look at his mill pack for that answer.
All right, that one just barely made its way into that first cut. All right, interested to see what he has in store for us here. And here's your second shot here on the third. Okay, back in the fairway. Good job.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like we're at the point where we have like 16 guys that are ready to fucking go.
A little too much to the right. And he's got around 145 yards to the pin from here.
And we've got the applicants for it. It's gonna be sorted.
And they're going with the pitching wedge. All right, third shot for him.
14. I think it's 13 or 14.
This putt's around 29 feet away. I think this one's going to go a bit to the left. And that's not a bad effort. Let's see if we can convert this birdie putt your teammate left us with. Just, yeah, a little too much on there. Okay, he's got this left for
But here's the thing too, right? Is like even if we don't like have to split that, remember we're still running it in the same structure that we're running Brick 1 and Brick 2 right now. So even when these guys split into a separate squad, it's not like, oh my god, we're never seeing it. You still practice together on the same nights. The squad, both squads still have the same SP. It's just now you have two squads with two squad leaders, and those squad leaders are working together, and now you have two squads making an even bigger SP. So what my hope, like what my dream to see for like an SP for you guys would be to have two full 12-man tank squads in both crew, like in both teams. That's 4 tank crews each. Now every SP that you guys do, you can do a 4v4 tank game. Every SP. How fucking cool would that be? Right? And so now you got 4 crews in 2 platoons, 8 crews practicing like that, and you need 3 crews to show up for an event, and you've got 8 crews that are practicing tanks. And you're all practicing together at the same time. Like there's no separation between first platoon is doing something for second platoon. You guys always practice together. You're doing everything together. You don't even if like say you had like like you're saying you can't separate Pat and Miller and those guys. Those 2 separate tank crews might go to first platoon and second platoon, but they're still together once a week all the time. They never like leave each other in that regard. Be 24 tankers. You're only 8 shy of that right now. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Raptor. Like I believe the Rook 1 and 2 SPs with that joint SP and having an SP like because like the worst thing that I've seen and something and this is literally the main reason why I did the checkmate reorganization is because the worst thing I seen was a squad of 6 guys and then you didn't have 2 guys show up to your SP and now you have 4 guys at SP. How boring is a fucking 4-man SP? But when we go out to a Rook Sunday SP, yeah, but you go to a Rook Sunday SP and you got 20 guys that show up, it's a fucking blast, right? So that's what we're trying to do with all the squads, and that's like literally Knight is right on the cusp of that. The only thing that we're missing is like a couple of guys to dedicate to taking up SL and ASL, right? So like if you got like say Rogers wanted to be an SL and Hastings wanted to be an ASL and you had another ASL, well Miller's already an ASL, right? Yeah, Miller's still running ASL. Yeah. So like let's say like Rogers and Hastings are interested and we say like, hey, Knight's ready to split, so we're gonna put up a posting, like the PSG for second platoon would put up a posting for SL and ASL of Night 2 and Rogers and Hastings are the only 2 that apply. Well guess what? We make Rogers and Hastings SL and ASL and then we sit down and talk with all you guys and okay, how are we gonna split you guys up? Well, these guys don't want to be separated. Okay, well, you guys are all still practicing together, so fine. We'll leave those 2 tank quads in night 1 because they can't be separated or it's going to be turmoil. Who cares? The guys that are separating are still practicing with those boys every single week. Yeah, and like if the comp guys do that, like it doesn't matter because when it comes to the official SP, even if those more experienced guys go there, you guys are still going to be practicing with night 1 and your guys' experience is going to rub off on them and make better tankers. And then, say Rook 2 is like the comp crew, but then 1 tank crew's down. Then you just go to Rook 1 and say, hey, we need a couple guys. But it's like I said, I think we're in a really really good growth position, and this is something else that's changed too. Is like things have been really tough with the retirements and the switches over, like Raptor was saying earlier. But something that's different this time is we're not like scrambling to fill the positions. Like when we filled the last set of roles in the reorg and everything, it was like there's only one guy that's able to do this role, and we had to take him out of another role to fill that role, and then we had to scramble to fill the role that we took that guy out of because we didn't have a guy for that. This time we have guys for every position. Like we pretty much know where everybody's going, and we don't have any holes. Like the only holes that we have are going to be in the ASL positions. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like when the first go around, the first time I did this, my first 2 first sergeants were both in for over a year, and now my last 2 first sergeants that I've had have both been like 3 to 4 months. So I don't know why I keep breaking them, but yeah, and that was the thing is like it's just and it's something that is unfortunate. I'm not going to lie to you here, Lee. We have been in this last 12 months, especially since I have came. Like I'm not going to lie to you, and I haven't actually. Wait, I need to pause my stream before I say this.